Hey Charles, thanks for dropping in. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm going to switch glasses and we're going to go start the stream. Okay, where did I leave off yesterday? I have all these insides to cut up. Put a new blade. Of course, here comes the cats as soon as I turn on the stream. I have all day. They ignore me. It's like if they know the camera's on, they want to be YouTube celebrity cats. Cut my fingernails this morning and I have nothing to grasp onto to grab onto the foam core and stickers. Okay, this one's done. This one here. A new kitten. Well, she's not a kitten anymore, but she sure is vocal. She makes these funny sounds. Trying to see if how you can see better, because my hand is in the way when I'm cutting. Like that. Is this better? My hand is still in the way. Maybe if I lower this just for now. Let's see. If I reposition this. I'm not supposed to because it's a fly on the wall. I shouldn't be playing around with this, but I want you to see what I'm doing. You can maybe see a little better like that. Try to push this in. Do you see that? Do a test on this one. It is indeed Death Star. We're making Death Star doors. I have to make 6 copies of this for the upcoming tutorial. Hi, hi. Still doesn't seem to help much of what we're doing. Roxy, don't play with that. You coming to stick your butt in the camera? Justin, you're too kind. My God, Justin, you've been around a long time, like me. In 2000, Jedi Council room. That's like 2 decades ago. It's insane, isn't it? How time passes by. Cutting is the boring part of making this. It's so tedious, and you have to be precise, especially in these rounded corners. But then when you're getting to the hot glue and they all come together, that's the fun part. Here comes Roxy again, sticking her nose in. What are you looking for? Eh? Are you gonna come and crush all over my dioramas? You want some treats? Is that what you want? You want some treats? Here you go. Oh, I just heard my blade snap. I have to change blades soon. Okay. These door frame sides are so thin, like 0.5 centimeters almost, or 1 centimeter. It's very easy for them to bend and get crushed. I think it's time for no, that was the old blade that did that. That's there. Okay, next two, these. Here's my cat wanting to be in the spotlight. Okay, you have to go and lie down elsewhere. You can be close, but I have to work now. Just walking in circles. Justin asks about the sail barge that we made in Celebration 6, and which is actually now on display at Steve Sansweet's Rancho Obi-Wan. The sail barge was entirely out of cardboard and foam core. There was no 3D prints or anything like that. And my procrastination, my king of procrastination, I've been telling the people that I was going to have the blueprints on site for you to build it at home, and I have still yet to do that, and it's 2022 now, which is 10 years ago, which is embarrassing. But I have all of the blueprints, and I still have all of the original templates, but the thing is that it's so huge, I don't know how to transfer it in a way that would be easy for you to, or to doable for you guys to print at home. So I have to figure that out and then eventually put it on. But I have so many requests, especially like the people who didn't get the HasLab version and they just want to make their own. I was going to get HasLab, but then I found out it wasn't 100% scale like the one we did, so I decided to one day I just remake my own. Right, Roxy? Yeah. I need a new blade. Remove this, put it in the blade disposal. Foam core is the killer of blades. You're lucky if you can get a good 10 cuts before needing to replace it. Wanted to do these kind of line the walls for a while now, and I just started. This is my second one, and it was always intended to be more like if you were dropping by the studio and you were sitting next to me and watching me work and we talk together or different things like that. It's not intended as a specific tutorial for you to follow and make your own at home, because I realize that this, you're seeing what it takes in real time to make these, which can be like watching paint dry for some people. Roxy, you're always in the way today. Goodbye. Go see your sister. Okay, I have 4 more. Then we can get gluing after I put some of the little details there. 1, 2. I'm going to try to get an extension for the camera, a USB extension, so that I could move it different places on the tripod, because now I'm limited to like a 5-foot cable there. So if I wanted to place it here for you to look at this way, the camera can't reach at the moment, so I'll look into that this week. Because the point is not to get millions of views, which I would never get anyway, but doing this, but it's more for you to get an idea of, hey, well, I wonder what Frank's working on today. That's what the point of these videos are. And saying, oh wow, he's working on the Death Star Chasm, or he's working on Ewok huts, or he's working on Tatooine, Luke's homestead. And give you an idea of what will be the upcoming tutorials. It's pretty clean. These cuts are nice and clean. Of course, it's not 3D printer, but that's what I kind of like with this. Everyone can do this at home. Everyone can get X-Acto blades and foam core, and it makes it more arts and craft. It gives it a little bit more satisfaction for me. One day I'll jump into 3D printer thing. I bought a Cricut to help me with more elaborate cuts for balsa wood. I want to do try some versions of the Death Star walls with LED lights, and I need a really precise cutter, like the cricket, and my cousin had one. She made the t-shirts and different things out of it. So I said, oh, maybe I'll buy that. It's only maybe $300 or something for the machine. So I'll be able to maybe even offer you guys mugs and different things like that. T-shirts. Okay. Justin mentions the time that it takes to print 3D. That annoys him sometimes. I think that what's keeping me the most from wanting to jump into the 3D printing is those staggered layers that you see. I know you can sand them off and stuff like that, but that's what bugs me the most about the technology. It's like you're still seeing these like layered effects on the pieces. Compared to, I used to do resin, like for my Jedi chairs and different things like that. I used to do resin molds with silicone molds and then resin copies. I haven't done that in a long time. Okay, oh, I found these, 2 more. Okay. I'm gonna recenter this. It's like, why is this not turning? Is it this? I have to turn. Where's it? Where's the turn on this? Hold on, I have to readjust the camera. I tried fixing it for the cat, but no, I want to do. That should be okay. Okay. Let me see. He's still. If I do that, you can see what I'm doing. Over here. Even with these new glasses, my eyesight, since I'm turning 58 next week, believe it or not, and my eyesight is just getting worse and worse. It's like I don't know how many, another 10 years I can make dioramas before I'll go completely. My eyesight will be so bad, I won't be able to cut little intricate things. Maybe by then, in 10 years, there will be a new technology I can just like print all my stuff. I don't even know if people will still be collecting in 10 years. I'm already shocked that when the figures came back out in '94 for Star Wars. I was never expecting them to be continued to be on sale this long. Okay, this is done. 4 more. Clean. Okay, that's done. Now my pieces are all cut. I'm going to do my Sharpie on these, and then I'll be able to start doing the hot glue. So I'm going to try moving this closer again. Can I move that? Just do the edge. Okay, one. Yeah, just in the Jedi figures that I made, those were the first customs that I actually worked on, because as you said, the figures were not made to sit, and I had to modify those by chopping them off at the waist and then sculpting in Super Sculpey the legs to give them the positions of them sitting down. The effect was quite neat. See, if Hasbro made sitting figures today, they would be in the robes, and those cloth robes, and I hate the cloth robes because I find the figures are too small and it looks like they're wrapped in Kleenex, because they can't get the same cool folds, the look of the folds of real size materials, and the sculpture when it's sculpted clothes, I find that the look is much better looking, especially when you're photographing them inside your scene after. I have to redo that Jedi chamber one day soon. And all those figures you were talking about, they, in the transport over the years, moving to the house here and all that, they all fell apart, many of them, so there will be a lot of restoration in order to work on that, to get them sitting properly. If you're wondering what I'm doing now, is I'm using the Sharpie technique to paint on the thickness of the printed paper, so that because the foam core is black, the paper, when you look at it, I can see if, let me see, because there's a delay, I have to look in the back. Can you see over here, there's like a white division over here, and then when you use the black Sharpie like this, it hides the thickness and it blends it in better. You have to do that on all of the sides of the decals. It's better to have a black line than a white line. Hi Dana. Dana asks if I sell my dioramas on eBay. No, I do not, because first of all, I've had many requests over the years. I've been doing this over 2 decades. And if I was selling my stuff on eBay, I would not have time enough to make my own. So instead of selling them, I offer all of the decals and the blueprints and the tutorials for free on the website. And all you have to do is go buy some basic art supplies, your hot glue, foam core and stuff, and then you just put a little bit of effort and time on your end, and you're able to recreate the same things that you see at the conventions or on my site for free, and you don't have to pay people on eBay. I actually ask or request people when they download the blueprints and decals that it's for home use only, and if you see people using my decals and selling it on eBay, I would encourage you not to buy from them, because you're paying for basically stuff that is available for free, and you're just giving them money that they don't really deserve because they're not obeying the rules. But I don't want to penalize the thousands of people who over the years built their own at home for themselves or their kids and stuff, just because a few, I don't want to say losers, well maybe they are losers in some point, but some people don't obey the rules and just take the stuff and sell it. Yeah, Roxy seems to agree with that sentiment. So, Dana, I hope you're going to start trying to build your own. And I'm going to start doing Zoom either monthly or bi-weekly or something, with the fans, and so if you have questions and stuff like that, and if it's a question that's like a technical question or something that many people I find useful, then I can film a video and put it on as my frequently asked questions, like how to cut foam core properly and stuff like that I would put online. Okay, 3 more of this. Yeah. Yeah. You going for a nap? Here, Roxy Poo. You gonna go for a nap? You better not jump on the table. I'm gonna turn on the hot glue. Oh, here she jumps on the table. I'm busy. Are you coming to smell? Are you gonna smell the black markers, the Sharpies? You're gonna get high on Sharpie odors. Okay, one more. I'm gonna activate. I'm gonna plug in my hot glue. Do I have enough hot glue refills? Where are my refills? Oh, they're over here. Okay. Oh yeah, I should have enough for what I need to do. Okay. Cap that. Okay, now let me do a quick look at my blueprint, make sure I have all my pieces. I have to make 6 doors, so 1, 2, 6 of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then these I have to sort out because the colors are different. This is one blue, one blue. It's funny, I don't know if I can see it. Do you see it on the camera? If I put these two, like, let me put them side by side. It's like, oops, one fell. I'm trying to look behind me on the camera. Does it look like it's the same blue on film? Because it's different. One is laser paper and one is inkjet paper that I had bought by mistake, which is, inkjet is my printer, so the laser printer was bought by mistake, and it seems that the colors are deeper, darker on the laser one. A lot of people, actually, I'm showing you the wrong thing. I did such a prank, I'm showing you 2 identical. The 2 I wanted to show you were these. Oh my god, that's funny. Let me make sure, yeah, okay. These are the 2. Do you see if there's a difference there? A slight difference. Oh my god. Okay. So that. Some people ask me why my Death Star decals aren't just like a pure gray. And the thing is that I based my colors, it's the colors change of the Death Star in whatever reference photo that you look at. And I always tried, even when I was working at Lucasfilm, I was trying to find someone who could tell me the exact color of the Death Star set, and no one seemed to know what the answer was to that. And so it was always, you know, I was looking at the colors based on the despecialized episode 4 video that I have, which is a has this bluish tint to the grays that I really like, and it reminds me of the versions that I saw as a kid growing up. So that's why these have a slight little bluish tint to them, to the gray. And if you don't like that when you print them at home, you could desaturate them in your Photoshop type document or whatnot. But okay, here's my 6 piles of decals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, and 6, and 6. Okay. So I shall start. Oh, and then this is the only one. I have to find the one that is the laser jet blue there, which I would think, is it this one? No. It's a little different, but no, that looks the same. Doesn't seem to be a difference in these papers. Maybe it is the, has to be the paper, because these are all the same, so it wouldn't matter from the size. You just have to make sure that this is applied properly. Okay, restack that there. This I don't need. Okay, let's start making the doors. I need 2 sides, 1 top, and then 1 set of these decals there, and then a pencil to curve, and my glue stick over here. Okay, so that's all I need over here, and flip this around, remove the first one. These I'm not doing closed doors. If I was, I would keep these because I would put the closed door or the full size door decal on this so that it would fit perfectly within the frame, but I'm not doing that because for my Death Star I am leaving it open, the doors, for this specific scenes that I'll be using these in, which I showed yesterday. I could show again. This is what I will be using 4 of them, which is the scene where Luke and Chewbacca first leave the Red Room, and you can see that there's door frames over here. There's 4 of them. So this will be in the curved corridor. And this same set filmed on the other angle is this, where Darth Vader meets the TIE pilots and he says, "Come with me." And then they go and attack Luke and the other rebels in the trench. So that's the 4 doors there. And then the other 2, I'm just doing a basic hallway, which is the design I did over here. And this is for the basic hallway door style C. So I decided just for the fun of it to put 2 doors. So I based it on the 12 panel that I had for style A and B. Style A is just flat stickers. Style B is with the door closed that you don't see through it. And this one, these doors will be fully open. That's why you're going to have a 3rd wall. You're going to have 1 wall here, then a duplicate of it on the other side, and then you're going to have a little hallway with these behind. So when you're going to look through these doors, you're going to be seeing this wall on the other side. So that's the point. So this is the next tutorial that I'm filming likely tomorrow if I can get these doors done tonight, which is the plan. So that is what I am doing now. So if I recall my own instructions, I have to hot glue this here, and then I have to align it flush on the inside over here. So I just need to take some, this seems a little higher for some reason. I'm going to make sure that that's the thing, when you're using rulers and measurements and stuff like that, sometimes you're not 100% exact everywhere. So I'm going to take my pencil here and I'm just going to trim off this almost millimeter off the top here so that the doors will be 100% flush. See, I just trimmed off this little thickness, which is almost nothing. I don't know if you can see that. Okay, now this matches 100%. And then will this match 100% on the other side? Yes, it does, so I don't need to trim that. Okay, now, oh no, I forgot to put my little, see, I have this little scrap piece of foam core that I use to put my hot glue on when I turn it on so that it drips on it. And instead I put it on my IKEA table, so I have a nice mess of drips on my IKEA table. But the cool thing with hot glue is that when it dries it just becomes no snots. So no worries there. Now is my glue hot enough? Yeah, it's on high, so I'm okay. I still think it needs to be heating a little bit more. Let me see. Justin says foam core, sharp blades, keep them sharp. Yes, I can't agree with you more than that. Then he says close on camera. Yes, but pretty close. Okay. Well, I guess that's referring to the question I asked before, which I already forgot what it was. Okay, so I'm going to apply hot glue here, like that, and then align it over here. Flush. And at the bottom. Like that. Nice. Now if you watch the tutorial on how to do these, you'll notice that it's normal to have a slight 2mm gap on this end because the thickness of the foam core over here is a little less than the thickness of the door frame. The door frame is based on the actual movie set, and so it just happens that the scale with the figures is a bit thicker than the actual foam core there. So the important thing for me is to be flush here so that the decal, when it goes over the lip here, there's no bump on this part over there. So, oh, I'm showing you things. I'm looking at the delay on the screen, and the thing is on the top, or because I'm not seeing live, so it's hard for me to look at the things here. If I'm going like this, let me just hold this for a while. Let me see what you're seeing. I'll say, okay, I see. I have to go lower. Then you'd be able to see what I'm talking about. Okay, I'll try to do that in the future. Just aim it closer. And then when I did this, do you see that? Yeah, you do see that. Okay. Okay. So I have that. Next I'll be doing the other one. So hot glue. Then apply it here along the base, and making sure that it's flush on the insides, which it is, and flush on the bottom and top, which it is. Okay, that is great. Cannot have better than that. So I have these two pieces like this. Okay, and now I have to do the piece that fits over here. Now I cut these, what was it on the blueprint? 10.75, and I did that so that it would make sure that it's exactly fitting or a little extra, because I want them to be really flush over here with the side, so it's easier for me to trim off a hair off of this than if it was a hair inside and then it would be loose, which I don't want. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to test here, and I see that there is a slight hair that I need to chop off over here. Minimal, 1 millimeter, not even. So I'll take my ruler and just trim that. Oops, and ruler moved. Press down hard. There we go. Just this, nothing. The bare minimum. And then this now fits pretty well. Just fit here like that. And it does. Okay, good. Okay. Now there's two ways I could do this, if I recall when I did the tutorial. I could either put it straight here and then smush it down, or if I want it to be perfect, I can just align it here like that, which it is, and then by keeping some slight pressure here so that this doesn't wiggle around, I can then just put some, I'm going to make it even more flush like that. Then I can just put a dab like this on the inside. Can you see that? And I have to let it cool. When you do big globs of hot glue like this, you have to make sure that the glob cools down completely so that the foam core doesn't come off. One thing with the hot glue, we were very, very lucky in the first diorama workshop at the convention, Star Wars Celebrations, was in 2002, so 20 years ago today, or this year. And in all those years, we've only had one child burn themselves with the hot glue, and it was the loudest screech. It was so scary and high-pitched. And like we were, oh my God, what the hell happened? And the girl, she touched the nozzle, or the hot glue fell on her hands or something, and lucky for us, it was one of my crew members, Jamie's, I think it was his niece or something, so we ended up not getting sued, which is a miracle, I guess, having the conventions in the States and stuff, but we've never been sued, proud to say. Okay, so I'm going to pop this open. This next one, and then I need to apply this over here and do the same thing, but reversed, where I have to make sure that it's still flush over here, and then I'll do the flush there last. So I want to, this time, some hot glue along here, and then place this such, and then line this flush. Make sure it's attached here. Nice. Okay. You'll eventually, you can't help but get these spider webs of hot glue there. Just remove at some point. Okay, now I can lift this piece and then stick the nozzle in here. Get the hot glue on that. And lower this. And make sure I am flush with the inside. And at the top and bottom. I want this to be perfect flat on both ends like that. Good. Okay. Flat. It's almost like building models, model kits like when we were a kid, except you're building your own model pieces at the same time instead of getting them out of a kit. Justin asks, did you like the Book of Boba? Oh, now we're on to that. I've been trying to add my Jabba's Palace diorama. I can't wait to make a Jabba's Palace diorama because I have all the figures. And I did like Book of Boba Fett. 65-70% of it. I hated the Vespa riders, like most of the internet complained about. I did not feel that fit in the Star Wars universe. That was more Back to the Future or Star Trek-y, or it did not feel Star Wars to me. The kids themselves didn't bug me until the last episode, like when they're doing all these fancy flips and things instead of shooting, and like it was like just a little too much for me. But the Tusken Raider parts I found was cool, even though the Tusken Raiders were supposed to be like the biggest badass in in Star Wars, and they ended up being like just like kind people and within themselves and taking Boba in or whatever. But that didn't really bug me. What bugged me the most of that show, believe it or not, and I hope it's something they don't do with the Obi-Wan show, is the number of times that Boba Fett had his helmet off. Now, I understand, like, if he's in the palace alone with the characters, like his team or something, that would be okay. It wouldn't bug me as much. But when you're out on the actual streets or in public, you shouldn't be walking around without your helmet on. Because it makes, it takes all the magic of like, oh my god, look, it's Boba Fett, you better behave, and all these things like that, or I'm scared of Boba Fett, and it just turns him into like a normal guy, So I thought that was a little bad decision to have him, like 80% of the show, it seemed that he was always with his helmet off. It's like, okay, I get it. The guy's bored, he wants his face shown or something, or, but I just thought that it took away the magic of the character a little bit. But I don't see how they can do a second season, honestly, with that show. I think they did pretty much everything. And the last episode, when him riding the Rancor and that was cool. But there was just too many movie homages also. That bugged me a little bit. You had King Kong, and then you had Starship Troopers, and then you had Episode 1, and then you had all these other things. And it was just like a lot of like, winks, if you want to call them winks. Okay, I just put some more hot glue on the inside. Made sure that this was aligned. And now I am just holding this until it cools off a bit, and then I'm going to be putting my curve supports over here. Okay? Which are my little poster board pieces over here. 1, 2. There should be 4 pieces. Where's the 4th one? There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This is still, see, it's still not cool enough because I just made like a spaghetti string out of it. It's not hot enough that I'm burning my fingers, but you should be able to touch it and not get these sort of like stringy things on your finger there. So I'll just peel that off. Yes, those Vespas. It's funny because now with the trailer of Obi-Wan, the Vespa hatred has been replaced by the Grand Inquisitor's face shape. Me included, I am guilty in that, but I'm doing it more like as a wink kind of thing. But it did bug me when I saw the shape of his face. I was like, oh, that doesn't look anything like he's supposed to. But I'm sure the show's going to be good. I'm glad that Hayden's in, and you know, they got the original actors in, even Baru and Lars and different things. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm thinking, you know, if there was ghosts of Jedis, there's a good chance that there might be a ghost of Yoda and maybe a ghost of Qui-Gon in the series. But that's just my speculation. I have no proof of that. That's just like a geek hope that I have for that. Okay, this glue is still not ready. I have to hold on to it a little more. But you're starting to see the basic shape of it, what it looks like. Yeah, I agree, Justin. Like a bit more ruthless would have been good too. He was like a little too nice. It took away the mystique of the character, I find. But you know, it was nice to have another series. Like I'd rather have more Star Wars than none. But you know, do it well. That's the only thing. You know, I was so disappointed at the missed opportunity of the Disney, you know, trilogy. I really liked Force Awakens, the first one, and I thought it was going to be like the other two were going to be really good, but because they never planned the three together, then it became a big mess, and now like when I see Rey and the others, it just makes me angry. I know it's not the fault of the actors, they're just doing what the script said and what the director wanted and all that, but I found it such a missed opportunity on their part. Okay, I now have to take this scrap piece of paper here. I have to put glue stick. Jeez. And then I have to curve these walls here. So I'm going to use these poster board, which is thicker than paper, and these are going to fit in the corners like this, but obviously I want them to go around the exact curve. So I'm going to start with my finger here to have it do a memory of the shape. See, it's starting to do the shape over here. And then when these skin decals are going to be applied, well, they're going to follow the cardboard here, and you're not going to be having the mistake of poking a hole in it. So I just want to make sure that the curve is okay to begin with, which it is. Okay, now these are a little bit sticking out. So I know I rewatched my videos and I saw that I took the X-Acto blade and trimmed off the excess to have it exactly match, but I'm wondering if I should do that now or after. Maybe I'll just do it now. I'll just match. Here's the... trying something different. And if it doesn't work on this one, I'll just do it the way I did in the tutorial. I'll just cut this off here. Okay, now some glue stick. bit of glue stick on the edges. I should have used my small glue stick. This doesn't go around the edges very well. I'll have to switch from that. Okay, now this goes, this goes here, in between. Okay. And then I just want to make sure that it touches all the surface so that it makes a nice, clean, rounded edge. Which it does. Can you see that? Do you see how it makes a nice round edge here, and it really touches the foam core? I'm just looking at the delay there. Yeah, okay, you see that. Okay, I'm going to let this dry a little bit. Do the same thing on the other side and start placing it. This one too has a little bit of excess. Where's my little mini glue sticks? These for to round the corners. Okay, so the fat glue stick goes here. No. And then small glue stick inside there. Good. Lipstick size. Okay, now I can fit this inside here. And press down with my thumbs. Make sure this curves properly. Looks like there's a little missing glue on it, but with the decal maybe it'll hide it. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing. This I'll use my finger to start curve. Do two at the same time. Okay, and then this one, I want it to go stop here. I don't want it to go past like that. So I'm going to just make sure it aligns properly. Yeah, Finn was underused for sure, and Justin also says would craft foam, Frank work good for the curves of the door. Yeah, I could use foamy craft, the foamy strips there. I thought I had one close by that I could use, but yeah, the thing is that the foamy is thicker than the poster board, and because I'm going to be using these shapes over here, Justin, these decals are going to go over like this. So if I had the foamy, then it wouldn't blend properly with this because it would stick out and it would make a bump. So that's the reason I don't use the foamy on that. But you could do it at home. There's nothing stopping you. That's the cool thing also, is like my instructions are there to guide you, but not, you don't have to necessarily 100% stick to them. Okay, so this is good there. I'm going to, this is drying a little bit. I'm going to put my glue stick like that. Come on. And then some over here. Okay. And then apply this. Again, I want this aligned at the bottom of the feet. So I want to press this as close as I can to that. Then move this this way. Press this flat. And this, see, it wants to get away from the edges, so I want to make sure that the edges are really tight. Really tight with the cardboard here. Sometimes you use a pencil. Okay. I'll just hold my fingers there a little longer. I don't know how long this video has been playing for. It's 8:23 now. What time did we start? Like, was it 6? It can't be 6 o'clock that we started this. I've only done one, not even one door yet. It takes forever. It is like watching paint dry. Well, I want to thank you for those who are sticking in and watching. It's always fun to have a bit of people as opposed to working alone in the workshop. Okay. That seems to be okay. Now I have this one last one over here. This around. Oh, I hear Roxy again. Here she, I bet you she's gonna pop in again any second though. No, don't attack the chair like that. No. Make sure they're well attached to the base then. The bottom ones are the trickiest because these pieces that you cut at the bottom, they're very fragile, and some of the thickness of the foam core sometimes comes off. So you just have to make sure to keep your fingers on them, and then when you're working with glue stick, your fingers can become all sticky and it becomes like can become a mess. I'm just gonna cap these for now. Don't really need that after this piece. So yeah, go lay down. Just hold this a little longer. Justin asks next if I'm gearing up for celebration or if this is a personal use. This is not for this year's celebration. I can confirm, without going into too many details yet, that there is a Diorama Builders Workshop at the convention this year. It's going to be 20 years that fans have been able to build. But I will do more details of that when we get the green light from Lucasfilm and others to announce publicly. But I can tell you that if you've been to conventions in the past, it'll be the same, minus the COVID restrictions, obviously, that are still going on. These are just, this is part of the Celebration 3 designs. Well, this is the construction that we did at Celebration 3, which was the Death Star Imperial Workforce Workshop. And be careful, you're going to hurt yourself, Roxy. It's hot. And so I'm just catching up. At the time that we did this in 2005, the convention, there was no YouTube or different video tutorials, so that's why I'm doing filming tutorials of those instructions now, and I'm hoping to catch up on every single build that we did through every single convention. Eventually we'll have its video tutorial, and then I'll be able to start playing with some more recent shows like Mando and Obi-Wan and different things like that. So that is the plan. So to answer your question, this is so more a personal project in the sense that I am catching up with Celebration 3 Diorama Builders, which was the Death Star. So I'm finishing this design for the basic hallway style C, and then after that we're going to start getting on all the specific rooms that we built, the trash compactor, the conference room, the red room, the Falcon Bay, and all those things. And then the plan is that all of these will connect like Lego, so you'll be able to build a gigantic Death Star or a small Death Star based on the size that you have in your house to display and the amount of figures that you have. So that's the thing. The only difference between Celebration 3 2005 and what you're building now is that I have revamped last year, so 2021, I revamped the decals slightly to make them more movie accurate. So this is the most movie accurate Death Star you'll be able to build at home using arts and craft techniques. I know there's different people have been giving decals and stuff really cool looking on Etsy and different things like that as well. But this is going to be, if you're using my stickers and instructions, it's going to be the closest to the actual movie set that I can get, because I'm trying to look at all of the movie references, still by stills and all the stuff like that, frame grabs, to get the exact dimensions and look of the film. So that's my plan with this. So I have done this part. I'm going to unplug the hot glue for now because the cat is here. I don't want her to burn herself. Now what I'm going to do is you're going to see how some of the white thickness of the cardboard here, you see how it shows up against the sides. So I'm just going to repass with my Sharpie here along the edges of this. Let me just show you the difference. Okay, so can you see the difference? Here's with the Sharpie, and then here's without. So when the decal is going to be applied, whatever connectivity issue is missing, it's not going to show up between the two, because you're going to have black of the foam core and of the cardboard. So we have to do that on all of the sides that we applied over here. It would have been easier to just apply the Sharpie to the cardboard before I actually glued it on. I'm going to do that for the others, because I don't want to dirty the decal at the same time. These are starting to unglue. It's starting to want to have a mind of its own on that one. Turn this around. You want a petting? Is that why you're crying? You want some attention? Okay, so that's that. I'm ready to apply my stickers, and then we'll have one of the first doors done. Okay, so there are, move this because there's glue on it. I don't want to get sticky. Get rid of this. Okay, so I have top, sides, and the two sides over here. So this will fold over. I want to make a fold on this line over here. I did the Sharpie, black Sharpie yesterday in yesterday's video, or yesterday's tutorial, or not tutorial, but the live stream there. Are you looking for more treats? There's no treats there. There's no treats there. Eh? Yeah. You're such a pretty pussy. Yes, you are. Yes. One way to get her to jump off the table is if you offer treats. She likes to chase the treat like if it was an animal and kill it. So I just have to throw the treat in the other room on the floor, and she's going to run off the table. Watch this. Want a treat? There she goes. Throw the treat. Have her chase it. I'll give her two. Okay. So I bent down this. Now these, the only thing I have to remember is that there is an alignment that goes over here. See where there's like one row of neons and then this center thing and then a row of neons and then this excess. Now if I had this flipped over like this, you would see that it would not line up. So I have to make sure that when I line it up like this, that this piece is lined up also. See, this is wrong. So this one would actually go, well, this one goes on the other side, on here like that. So these line up perfectly. And see if your 8.5, if you're a regular printer, I try to do the designs on 8.5 by 11 sheets so that you could print at home without having to go to Staples or Kinko's. And if this was printable on one sheet, I would have printed it as one so that you'd be able to just wrap it perfectly, but I can't do that because of the printing, and that's why it's in two sections. This you align on the ceiling, which we're going to do, and then these pieces align with these grooved details over here. The first thing I want to do though is I want to apply these bottom feet. So these bottom feet, see, will now follow the curves that we put here on the cardboard, and then this will wrap underneath like that and then stick to the bottom, and then I'll trim off whatever excess exists after. So I will just peel this off because I used full-size decal sheets. Hey Daniel, thanks for joining in. Okay, I'll just align this, that, and press this down. There we go. And then this will fold over like that. Now it doesn't matter that there's a pattern here, it's going to be glued onto your table. What matters is that you're going to have this go flush onto what you're going to put on your glossy vinyl after. Okay, I can apply the other side now. Justin asked, do I have decals for the Emperor's Throne Room? Are you talking about the Emperor's Throne Room where he has the duel with Vader, or the Emperor's Death Star 2 Arrival docking bay? Because I have decals for both, but I don't have them on this site currently. They were on my original Yum Yum site a long time ago, but I want to build those so that the instructions are available when I put the stickers up. That's why I've been procrastinating with those as well. But I do have decals for those consoles and stuff. That's eventually will be on. If you're impatient and you want to do it right away, send me an email, dioramaworkshop.com@gmail.com, and I could maybe send you the files by email. Hey! The cat's attacking my LED strips. Hold on a second, I have to go take that before she destroys my Death Star diorama. That is not a toy thing. No. There. I love my cats, but when you have pets around, it's like, oh my god. They just want to play, and they're going to attack your thing. So now I have these feet pieces, feet parts. Hey, no! Down. Okay, so now that, now that that's applied, I just have to make sure, like I said, we match up this alignment, which that is not it, and this is. So this means that I have to continue the alignment of this all the way like this to the top, which is actually, the top of the ceiling. So these align where the curve starts, basically. So I just want to center that, and then these will curve up like that. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that is okay like that. Now what I like to do a little bit is, because you want to be able to slide this around in case it's not fitting 100%, if you use some glue stick, even if you have decal sheets, the glue stick will sort of like act like a Vaseline lube kind of thing, so that your decals, you'll have a moment that you'll be able to slide them around, and they won't just like be frozen, stuck in place, and then you'll be completely screwed if you place them incorrectly. Okay, I just have to make sure that I put them, see, I had it upside down again, make sure it's aligned the way it's supposed to, and then I want this centered as much as I can where these things start. That looks nice, and then I just want this aligned front and back. So just align that here like that. Okay, then make sure with the thumbs you're going along the curves properly. Over here. Just like that. Okay, now I just have to do the sides. So this is how I want to do it. So the same thing with this. This over here, I want to center it where the curve stops, and the curve stops there. So I place it, see, this would be too much. I want to place it kind of in between over there like this, and you want to try to align the lines over here, the sort of like embossed details. You don't want to have it aligned at the top. Can you see that? Aligned at the top, and then at the bottom that it's crooked. You have to have it aligned kind of perfect on both ends. So a little bit glue stick, just tiny amount over here, so I can play with this. That's how I want it. Okay. Oh no, wrong way. Ha ha ha. It's trying to trick me. Okay, so this is how I want it. terms of size, so now I have to just position. Top looks good. Then align it with the bottom. That looks good too. Now start in the center, work your way out so that you don't have bubbles in the middle here. So like that, and follow down. So you see with the sticker design, you can't even tell that there was a seam, really. Like it all looks like one piece over here, the way that it connects. And because when we did the Sharpie on the decals, we didn't do the middle, we just did where the black line was, the thinness of the white here blends in better with the blue than if it was a black line. So that's why you have the illusion of it being a nice perfect fit over here. So I just need to do the same thing with the last sticker over there. Oh, Daniel, that is a cool build. Now you're talking about the tractor beams where Ben Kenobi is taking down the force field, right? That is actually, believe it or not, a design that I never got a chance to do for the convention in 2005, but it is a element that I will be doing for these deluxe 2022 Death Stars. So I will be doing that within the next month or so. So if you're a little patient, you'll be able to follow the blueprints and the decals, and you'll be able to build it exactly like in the movie. I'm actually looking forward to that one. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, now if I'm just going to cut this off a little bit, because I noticed that there was some black that I made a little bit of a mistake with the Sharpie there. And it was showing in the drawing, so I'm just going to do that and then do this over here. Okay. Perfecto. Okay, now I'm just going to apply this the same way. A little bit of glue stick over here. I'm actually looking forward to that Ben tractor beam, because I never got around to it, and it's part of it is the same piece that they have when they swing across, or it's actually in the same room. They just, like, it was a set extension that George Lucas did there for when Luke and Leia swing. After they finished filming that, they just inserted the part where the Ben Kenobi walks onto that platform there. So once you get the instructions for how to build the actual contraption there, the shield generator machine, then you'll actually have all the decals and the instructions to build the playset, or the room that it's basically a box with all the Death Star decals that it'll fit in, and it'll look exactly like in the film. So let me just flip this before the glue stops there, or it dries too much. That looks good to me. It's aligned. Center first, up, out, center, up, out, center down, curve the pieces. There we go. Oh, Daniel. Daniel says I am a legend. Well, that's very kind of you. I don't know if I'd call myself a legend. I would call myself ancient. Okay, so we're almost done. I just have these little sticker. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see if I can show it to the camera. Looking at that. Where's the best way to show that? Over here like that. I'm trying to show you this. There's a slight sticking out of the stickers here. So I'm going to flush these stickers out so that they are nice and flush the way they are on this side. And here I can use my nail technique where you just take your fingernail and then you roll it, your decal around the edge like that so that it really bends and blends and bends. It's a tongue twister with the piece of foam core like that. Then you have a nice blending. See how the black Sharpie doesn't show any white mark or anything from the thickness of the paper, and it looks like the decal is actually like a perfect wrap all the way around. So I'm just going to do that little detail there where I'm just going to extend my blade as much as I can. I'm going to lay it flat here because I don't want to cut into any of this decal. I just want to trim slowly over here what's sticking out, and I'm pulling this way because the sticker was applied against the surface here, and by cutting this way it's pulling against the foam core, so it's going to allow you the foam core to act like an extra finger or something that you support. If I was cutting it in the other end or the other direction, I would be pulling the sticker away and it would just peel off, which is something that you do not want at this point after all this work that you did. So I'm just slowly, can you see that? I'm just slowly trimming these little 1 millimeter spaghettis off the ends there. And then over here, it's getting a little tricky. I'll cut this off here. Remove that. See, it's just a tiny amount, but it's now perfectly flush here, and all I'll have to do is redo a little bit of the Sharpie to remove the black lines, or the white lines I should say. And then here there's a cat here. Okay, so I'm just gonna remove this way. Small curly Q. Now this is just being really picky finicky. You don't have to do this, you know, if you don't want perfection, but I'm obsessive when it comes to trying to make it as nice as possible. But again, remember, it's arts and craft, it's not 3D printed, so you're not going to get full perfection if you're looking at it under a microscope. But when it's on your shelf and your figures are placed and you have some little LED lights lighting it and stuff, it's going to look really nice. So there's that. I'm just going to use my fingernail here just to remove, there's these little pieces there. And then there was this that was bugging me a little bit. On the bottom here you can see some of the white sticking out as well, so I'm just going to trim that off. That piece is okay, and then here there was just a slight piece, but that won't show anyway because it's going to be in between your walls. And then that's passable. Then I'll just do this, press down, and then remove that as well. Okay, where's my Sharpie? Daniel asks, will I be doing a tutorial for it? If you're asking a tutorial for the Ben Kenobi Death Star thing that you were just taught, tractor beam thing, there's so many words to remember. Yes, I will be doing a tutorial, and you will have blueprints and decals for it, and I will probably, I have to design it first, so I will probably be doing the design live in a fly on the wall like this, so you'll be able to see me figure out how the pieces all fit together and stuff like that, and what the actual prototype looks like before we film and do the the actual finished build. But yeah, you'll be able to follow along and build your very own at home, exactly like the one I'm going to be building. So to answer your question in a long-winded way, yes. Okay. Here's the edges over here. Just tricky. I don't want to make a mess on the decal side. Almost done here. Okay, then just down here. Let's cut. Once it's on, it's trickier to color. You have to really try not to. It's almost like coloring in a comic book. You don't want to color outside the lines. I just made a little mess there. I'm talking about coloring outside the lines. Can you see this? Can you see this one? Over here. See, I made a little boo-boo over there. You want to kind of avoid that and then just do an even straight line if possible. Like that. And then on the bottom here. Oh no! See, I did it on here now. I'm making a mess. I'm going to try to... That's why there's like a little embossed color here, but this makes it... I can try and color it black and make like a black line. Like a color book to sort of like hide that now, but... Because the black Sharpie, if they had a Sharpie the color of the thing, I guess I could get colored pencils maybe in, like you used to do in coloring books there. Okay, well, I'm doing this. Good enough. I'm stopping here before I make a bigger mistake. I'm happy with that. Okay. Just leave it. I said I was going to stop, but I'm keeping on going. Okay, so there we go. I kind of fixed it. There's still a little botch thing there, but again, like I said, what's cool is that it's arts and craft, right? And like there's always going to be something. So there we have it. We have my first door is done. I'm not going to put the bottom piece over here because I'm going to be doing that when I do the actual tutorial or the pieces, because I'm going to be sticking the diorama walls next to it, and then once the walls are stuck next to it, I'm going to be placing it onto the floor. So I might use the actual floor to do this and not have to do a separate piece like that. I'm not 100% sure yet. I have these pieces cut out here that I could, if I wanted to make sure that the dimensions are perfect, you could, you know, do this, and that's what makes this from caving in. You know that if you're aligning it this way and aligning it here, even though this is flimsy and can bend like this, it's at least makes it less problematic where you'd get like the wrong inside. But for now, I'm just going to put these aside. And just to give you a quick idea, see, when I take the regular walls, these are from the basic wall decals that are already available on the site. When these are all the same size, it's all 15 centimeter height and stuff like that, and then you'll just be able to place them. You place the decal you want, the different items, and then you can just, you know, if you're just making a hallway, you can just keep putting it like this. If you wanted to, once the hallway in the back is going to extend like this, you'll be able to see that there's a depth with the door open, so that's cool. for that. Okay, now I just have to make 5 more. So I think before I put this decals, I think I'm going to use the hot glue and hot glue all of the pieces first, and then after that I'll deal with the inside curves and stuff like that, so that I can make it more assembly line than just do one. But I wanted to show you what it looked like one completed. So that is one. Let us put that one to the side for now, over here. Okay. Actually, maybe I should put it, can I put it in frame so that, here, I'll put it over there. That's one. Okay, then I'll just move these over here to the sides. Okay, before I make this, I am going to go and get myself a drink because I am thirsty. So, but I'm just going to measure this first. I'm going to see if these are exactly. Yes, this one fits perfectly. No trimming necessary. Well, maybe this one, slightly, a slight hair. Trim that before I go. Yeah, now it is 100% perfect. Yes. I agree, Justin. I think it's going to be amazingly awesome as well. So, lots of cool things to come this year. I just have to push myself in the butt and make as many videos as I can, and stop the procrastination and stop playing my PS5 instead of making dioramas. That would help a lot. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. I am back. I should have plugged in my hot glue while I was gone. Get it to heat up. So leave me in the comments, guys. I'd like to hear from you. I was rewatching the video of yesterday, and it was fun watching it by just fast forwarding it, skipping it on using the YouTube scroll, because then it was like watching it in a time lapse, and I was able to see what I did during the whole 2 hours. And I'm assuming that's what a lot of people would be doing if you're not watching live and you come in later and you want to see the video. Obviously, it's not, you don't want to just watch 2 hours straight, and it could end up being really boring. But what I wanted to ask you in the comments is if you think that this idea of having the equivalent of like Big Brother live feeds, a fly on the wall and seeing me what I'm doing, do you think that's a cool idea or not? And if it's something that you want to see me do more. So I'd love to hear from you guys, be it if you're watching it in fast forward or watching it live or coming in to visit as we're doing it and whatnot. So okay, I'm gonna pop this out, put this away for now. I don't think my hot glue is hot enough. No, not yet. Okay. Let's see if I have any little Easter eggs that I could show you while I'm waiting for the glue to dry. I am also reworking these. If I show you this, you might know what this is. And these are the consoles that you see in the detention center. So these were available in 2005. These are the ones from 2005 that the fans built at the convention workshop. I am going to revamp these into modern versions to make them look a little bit closer to the movies, even though they're pretty much accurate. I want this build to match a little more of the film. You can see the connectivity is not 100% perfect there, and I'll be working on this with templates and different things like this. So this is the room, the Destruction of Alderaan room has these. The room where the detention level is, where Han says that who's talking on the line, or boring conversation anyway, kind of thing there. So there's in this room with the elevators. And speaking of the elevators, since we have a minute, let me go and get that. Oh, I'm making a big mess. Here is the actual prototype from 2005 of the elevators that I had done. You could tell I had a flood back home originally. You can see where all the water damage, all the water spots are from and stuff like that. So this is going to be a fun 2022 revisit for the design to make it improved, but it's going to be a fun build because this obviously is in the room with the Leia detention block, and it's also in the scene in the 3 elevators when Chewie, Luke, and Han are waiting by this balcony area kind of thing, where the little Death Star droid passes by, and they're waiting to go down to see the princess. So that's going to be a really fun build to make the movie accurate scene using this. So this is one of the elements that I'm going to be retooling, as well as the tractor beam that Daniel was talking about or asking about earlier as well. And so the hallways are the most basic, part that connects everything, but where the Death Star really comes to life is when you have these specific room dioramas that if you don't want to build the whole Death Star, you can just have these cubicle areas with this, and then you can put your figures and play sets and stuff like that. So I'm excited to revisit this down the road and revisit these. Now, let me squeeze the trigger on my... Yes, my hot glue gun is ready. Okay, good. I'll put a refill. Okay. Let's try to crank these out. Center. Spaghetti string on this one. Luckily they're easy to remove. Okay. Measure this. A little bit to chop off on this one. More. It's always better to cut in little pieces and trim off more and more than to trim off a big section and then you're screwed after. Fits. Cool off. Check comments. Justin likes the SPYCAM. Okay, well, I have at least one positive vote so far. Daniel says he built 2 yesterday using the designs. That's cool. I'm super excited to hear that, and that's why I put them on the site. And at first, you know, like if you do the work, you're scared. Not scared might not be the right word. It's like, you know, you don't want people to take advantage and like just take the stickers and then sell them on eBay and stuff. You had in the 2 decades I've been doing this, I've had that happen a few times, even though most of the people respect my wishes of just using it for home use only. But I don't want to penalize the fans, you know, like Daniel, who's using them at his house and able to do like cool stuff for his own diorama. So that's why I put it out there for you guys, you know, so it makes me happy to share. After I build it, I could leave it just on my hard drive and never touch it again, but I find that's, you know, a little, I don't want to say selfish, but it's a little sad for them to like not be able to be reused again and stuff after all the hard work of designing and stuff. So that fits perfect. And this is pretty perfect too. So, some hot glue on this one. Amazing. Slight. Getting them perfectly flush sometimes is annoying because they want to like slip out of the way there, but that looks like it's working well. Just have to keep the glue on for that. Daniel says, how people can be so disrespectful to artists like you by selling your designs as online disgusting. Well, I won't disagree with you on that part, Daniel, but it has happened, and you know, again, it's like I don't want to penalize the cool people like you guys who respect it, and yes, we do, you know, it does take many hours, as you're seeing watching this live, of how it takes to even prepare the elements in order to build something. And this is just from the design that I already have. When I'm creating the design to make sure it all fits, and you're doing like errors and cutting pieces, no, is it this dimension, no, another dimension, and whatever, that takes even longer. So it does take some time. So like when you see people going an easy route and then just like putting your stuff on eBay, it is very annoying sometimes, and rude, and even disgusting, as you I'll take that word from you. Okay, let me match these up. This one, a little bit of a trim on that, slight hair. That's a perfect fit right there. And then this one fits great on that as well. So, okay. It's hardening too fast. Come on. I didn't put it close enough to the edge there. Oh, and now. Okay, there we go. Like when you're working with hot glue, you have to, especially when you're just doing like straight lines, you're not putting a big blob like I do at the top there. This sets pretty quickly, so you have like a very limited time in order to like make sure your pieces are aligned properly and stuff like that. But with time and practice, you get used to it. And I don't know if I ever said to in public, I think I did, I mentioned it in past videos, but believe it or not, it was in the 90s when I was watching Rosie O'Donnell's show, and she had this craft corner segment, and she is the one that I first saw hot glue guns. And I had never even seen a hot glue gun before. And when I saw that, I said, oh my god, that's the coolest invention. And since then, I've been making things with hot glue guns and stuff. So I have her to kind of thank me to opening my eyes on that. So, yeah. Okay, and then just make sure this aligns perfectly. A quick blob there. I placed this one perfect. We're not even having to move it really. Just over here. Nice, nice, nice. Slight trim over here. hair fracture still. Down the side. There we go. It's almost nothing, but it will fit perfectly right there. Okay. And I want to align it flush with the inside here, top. And then I just moved it. I had it perfect. Okay, like that. Then insert my little globbies there. See how you do the globbies make these little foam bubbles because the heat is so hot, and if you touch that you will really burn your fingers. So that's why this takes longer to cool than if you're doing like a regular strip. If you do a strip, it'll still be hot enough for you to burn your hands if you put it straight on it, but after 10-15 seconds, if you touch it, it'll just become like a long spaghetti spider web kind of thing. So it's not as bad, but this you want to avoid touching for a good minute or 2 minutes or something like that. So I'm just going to hold this and read what Justin was saying. Justin says, what do you do for community? Oh, what do you do? He says, what you do for the community is a great thing, Frank. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Following you for a long time. Used the Jedi floor decal, but sadly moving a few times brought it to an end. I know those stories. Yes, I have those sad stories too. Haven't revisited, but soon. I started doing dioramas back in before 94, in 1990s, 91, 92 or something like that, with the old figures. And then in 94, when they started reselling the Star Wars figures, I started doing very basic shelf dioramas just to place them because I never kept them in cards. And then I started making little rooms and making them more and more like the movie sets, but to fit on a shelf, not the actual movie set size 100% and stuff like that. And then I showed that to some of the people I was working at the TV station at the time, and they said, like, Frank, this is so cool, you need to show it to the public. And that's when I did my first website, the Yum Yum's Universe. But I didn't want it to be just about showing off my work, so I started, even back then, putting decals and blueprints and different things like that and instructions on how to do the stuff at home. So I had been building since the 90s, and then there's one part I had a flood in an apartment. I lost a lot of my dioramas then, and then when I moved twice. Once to go to the loft where I stayed in the 2000s before coming here in New Brunswick 4 years ago. But yeah, I know that I had like a whole room. You guys probably saw those photos online. I'll repost it at some Throwback Thursday or something at some point. But it was like I had three full walls of shelves filled with dioramas from all of the 9 movies. The new Disney movies didn't exist at that time. And so it was really cool to walk into the room and seeing all the figures displayed like that. So that's kind of what I want to recreate in this new workshop area. Because like you were saying, that Justin, a lot of the pieces that I had, I brought back. I have the Millennium Falcon that I originally made, and I have, that's pretty much it. That was the only one that I was really able to salvage all of it because I spent so much time. And then the others, I just said, I'll just rebuild them at some point, since I didn't have YouTube at the time, and I want to go and revisit every single diorama that I made in the past in order for me to film it at the same time, so that you guys will have modern tutorials to look at. I do, if you've been on my site, which I assume many of you have already, I do screen grabs from my tutorials in order to continue the tradition I did on my first site of doing step-by-step photo like a cookbook, so that if you don't want to follow in the video form like you are, like when I do the videos, that you're able to follow, okay, step 1, step 2 measure and different things like that. So the plan is to continue doing that as well. So it's just a question of what medium some people prefer or not. So in the past I only had the tutorials and not video form. So I want to refilm all those things too. Oh no! Don't scratch the chair. Roxy's back again. Didn't take her long. Hi. Hi. Yes. Okay. I'm trying to finish this, Roxy. This side is perfect, and this side needs a little bit of trimming. Like, I find this fun. Like, my idea originally when I was thinking of the concept of this fly on the wall, and when I was filming yesterday was my first one. This is the second one, really, of the series. And I was thinking, like, in the live feeds of Big Brother, you know, it's just the cameras, and then you just watch, right? You're spying on it, and the people don't interact. And, like, the way I'm talking to you now. But I find it more fun to talk to you and stuff like that. But I'm wondering if it's distracting me from actually getting my work done. And taking longer for me to build, which would make it more boring for you to watch. But again, I think it's more fun. Like, if you know, the point of this is still for you to just pop in and seeing, oh, what's Frank building? And then you can leave and then come back, go to dinner, come back an hour later or something like that and see where the progress is and whatnot. And then you can always fast forward the whole video when it's done, and then you're able to see the build in time lapse, which is always fun. Okay, push this flush. Just a little low. I may have trimmed off a little hair off this, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. Okay, flush, flush, flush. Go to the other side. Did I measure this? Yes, I did. Yeah, it tipped over. Like, there's some days I'm distracted playing my PS5. I'm playing Event Horizon now. My friend's playing Elder Rings, or Elden, I forget what the name is. And it's distracting from making dioramas but when I'm doing the dioramas, I just love it. It just makes the time pass so quickly. Like, it's hard to believe that it's already been like almost 3 hours. I don't know what the maximum time YouTube allows you to do live videos before they shut you down or whatever, but we'll just continue, and hopefully I'll finish these 5 things before that time does come up, and then after I'm gonna go have my dinner the European way, like at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or whatever it is. Always eat late. I've always been a night owl anyway. I go to bed really late and I wake up really late. So, okay, trim off a little piece over here. No, it still doesn't fit. Another little piece then. I was like, it's stubborn, this one. Okay, a little more. Yeah. Okay, good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Line this. Big glob, and another big glob. Okay, and let's see what you guys have been saying since then. Okay. Justin says it's a bummer because the Chancellor's office was so cool, the Best Bowl Duel and all those dioramas, the clay resin chairs. I still have the molds, so I'll be able to do the things again. The ow, you, your claws. Roxy just like clawed my knee trying to climb on my leg. Oh my god. Like, you know, they don't do it on purpose, but it's like having like 10 needles stab you in the same time. I hope the audio level didn't burst anyone's eardrums back then. So anyhow, while this is, I'm still, my pain is still in my leg, and the cat's just standing there. I'm gonna throw her some treats to sort of like send her away. Hold on a second. Look what I have. Okay. Now, what were we saying? Oh yeah, the Chancellor's office, Palpatine's office. That was a cool diorama, and the reason I didn't bring that one was because it was a little bit damaged, and at the same time, I didn't have videos for it. So I said I'm going to rebuild this and make it a little bit bigger and make it a little better, and at that time, I will have it filmed, and so I'll rebuild it at some point. So down the line, it's in the to-do list of rebuilding. So I'm not crying too much that that it disappeared, because I know that I can make another one. So okay, we're in the last one here. I will just remeasure my two pieces. That is a perfect fit, and this one is a perfect fit as well. It's weird. Like, it's aligned flush, but this is way off at the top here, which I find odd. Why it would be that way. Okay. My ear is ringing all of a sudden for I don't know what reason. Maybe for the amount of times I screamed. Okay, some hot glue here. And she is back. The treats didn't last very long. Hi. All she wants to do is play, I know. So, they play in the basement, which is where my office workshop is, and so when I go downstairs to come here, they think that I'm going downstairs to play with them in the cinema room, and it's like, no, I'm not going to the cinema room. I'm going in the workshop. I could close the door, but then I would just hear clawing at the door and meowing of them wanting to come in and stuff, so it's like, oh, let them become YouTube celebrities. Okay, one last cut here. And perfect fit. Good. And then here. this. You got it flush. Blobby. Blobby. Okay. Justin, I don't want to say shocked because I think it's cool that you're here all this time, but it's like I didn't think that people would be watching for a long duration in this, but I guess like if you're liking what you're seeing and you're like it's just a hangout while you're doing other things or whatnot, I guess it's a cool thing. You say, do you still accept fan pics? Of course. There's I'm behind on that as well. I have lots of fan submissions. You send them at dioramaworkshop.com at gmail.com and send me the best resolution photos that you have, and I will create a section of yours in the visitors gallery and with all of your social network links and stuff like that, so people could email you or send you follow you on your Facebook or your Instagram or whatever. It's a two-way street for me. I'm not just taking your pictures and putting them on my site. I want people to go and continue seeing what you're doing as well. So yes, the answer is I will be more than happy to first of all look at the photos that you've done, because I enjoy looking at what the fans do and what other people do who are not necessarily following my instructions or whatever. I love seeing what other diorama makers do. And but if you send them for your visitor section, yes, I am more than thrilled to help you spread your images and to spread the love of diorama making to the other people. So okay, I'm going to let that dry. Now I'm going to glue the tops. I'm going to pop this up. First one over here. So this here. It's aligned at the bottom, then aligned here flush. Perfect, perfect. I love it. See, it's not that complicated to do. A lot of people, like they were saying, I think it was Dana was her name at the beginning. If I scroll, maybe I'll find her name again. Let's see. Dana was her name. When she asked if I sold dioramas on eBay, and look how easy it is to make your own. And it's not that complicated. All you have to do is put a couple of, some time and effort. And of course, if you're doing more elaborate videos or builds, you have to put more time. I remember someone you were mentioning, Justin, the Emperor's Room, and then someone had sent me a email once, and they said that their Emperor Room looked nothing like the one I made, and that they had no talent and stuff like that, and then I asked the guy, I said, well, how much time did you put into it? And he said, oh, maybe 5 hours. And I said, well, it took me like 55 hours, so it's like you can't expect, in 5 hours to have your model look the same as someone who put 55 hours into making it. So you have to put a little bit of the time in it, but when you do, then you will have cool, you can have the same cool effects that are found in mine. So, okay, here I am just aligning this. And I will put blob of glue here, blob of glue there. Okay, now I have to keep my hand there for a little while, at least a minute. Justin says, I'm an artist also. Frank, haven't done much lately, but dealing with medical issues. Oh, I know that. I don't know if I've talked about it or not, but I started last year, my foot started acting up, and I went to see the doctor, and it seems that the stress that I had in the past 2 years dealing with my aunt's estate and stuff like that triggered diabetes, and so I'm now dealing with that and neuropathy in the foot and stuff like that, which is not fun. So I totally understand when you have issues, and the older we get also, it's like you get out of bed in the morning and it's not the same as when you were younger and stuff like that. So yeah, that can be a really crappy part of life sometime. So, well, I'm glad you enjoy watching it. If you can't build it at the moment, watching is, I always liked watching things, like even going back to, oh my god, I was like a teenager and I would watch on PBS This Old House, even though it was making houses and stuff like that. Maybe that's where my love of construction started and stuff, and shows like that, shows like Bob Ross painting and different things. Like, it was always, I always enjoyed watching making of shows, even in movies. Like a lot of the Blu-rays and DVDs, before I started working in the industry, I always was fascinated with just watching documentaries, sometimes more than the movie itself. So I know what you mean when it comes to having fun watching. Okay, I have one frame done. I am going to glue this part now. And just make sure that this fits good. A little bit of glue. Align it at the bottom and the top, and then flush over here. And then sometimes when you have like these blobbies, blobbies as I call them, that stick out of the things, when it's a little cool, you can rub your hand on them. You don't burn yourself at this point, and they just make little nose knot type of things, and they just come off your finger. And then you do get spider webs with the glue, hot glue as well. Those come off easily also. I feel like I'm going to start sneezing at some point. I forgot my drink is still here. Have a sip. Okay, now lift this. Nice. I just have to align this bottom part here. Okay. Press hard. Globby. Let that cool. Oh, I know. I'm finding, Justin, with my hands too, especially my little pinky on my left hand, it's like there's a pain in it. I don't know if it's arthritis that's starting as well, but I find that my hands are getting more cramped also in the last year or so. I don't know if it's part of the diabetes thing or if it's just old age or whatnot, but that's really tough, man. I can feel for you on that part, especially if you're a painter and you're getting hand cramps and stuff like that. Yeah, like I'm hoping I can still do this for another 10 years. Like on Tuesday I turned 58, so I'm 2 years from 60, and then I'll be 70. I don't, like, I'm already, like, when I was in my 30s or 20s, you think that 60 years old is ancient. And except that when you're at the age, I guess, like, if you like doing, you know, geeky stuff, like doing the dioramas or different things like that, it kind of, like, keeps you mentally young. So, like, I don't feel my age really, except, like, in the body, like I was saying. So I don't know, at 70 you still do dioramas and things like that, but anyhow, we'll see what time gives us. So I'm just gonna hold this a little more. Oh, the cat decided to lay down and go to sleep, which is good. So after this, tomorrow I should be able to start filming the instructions tutorial for the Style C basic hallway, which I should have done last month, but with the holidays and all the different things, though we're in March, so we're far, using Christmas as an excuse in March is pretty sad. But yeah, so after I finish that, then I'm going to be doing the curved hallways, and then I'm going to be working on that. I'm excited to do the Falcon Bay too, but I'm dreading it because I have a feeling the cats are going to use it as a bed, and so that kind of worries me a little bit on that end. But it's going to be cool when you're going to be having all the rooms done and you're going to be able to stick them together like Lego shapes and stuff like that. Oh, I also did a cool couple of months ago, but I never really got to really put it to use. I just did a test phase, which is when you stack your buildings one on top of each other like this, in order to not see the thickness of the foam core, I created these decal strips that look like beams, like construction beams and stuff like that, so it looks like the cutout or the slice through of those like Death Star illustration books and things like that. So that'll be something that I'll be adding onto the site and stuff that you'll be able to, when you do the assembly of all the different hallways, you'll be able to use, which I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like. So, okay, this one is, I think, pretty good for now. I'll put it there. Let's attach this one now. And I have to put some glue on here. Ow! I put some on my finger. I can feel the heat. I'm okay though. But I did touch it. Instant. Okay, flush. Flush at the bottom, top. Justin says that he's been working on a sail barge, which is really cool. I have yet to remake mine after we did it in for the convention, which is now at Rancho Obi-Wan. If you're ever visiting Steve Sansweet's museum, you'll be able to see the one that I built with the fans on display over there. The sail was cool. It was a lady, I don't know her name, unfortunately. I don't know if she even gave us her name. She's the one, while we were finishing painting ourselves the outside, she was a seamstress, and she actually mounted the sail, cut the sail and mounted it on the little sticks and stuff like that for us. And yeah, that's like that's a detail that really brings it to life and stuff like that. But and the painting as well, especially if like we were made ours, and I don't know what material you're making yours, Justin, but in the version we used was all foam core and cardboard, so you obviously had to paint in order to make it, look realistic like in the movie and whatever. But once it was painted and weathered, it looked really, really cool. But again, unless you're doing the inside of the barge, where you put all the figures, the way that HasLab did it, when you're doing the outside, you have you have the princess at the cannon, you have a Nikto or some of the people, shooting at them. You could do a sort of like a diorama of the Sarlacc pit, but then that would take like a 10-foot space for you to put the barge and the skiffs and all the stuff like that. I had done a Sarlacc like with just the sail barge facade, and I still have the mold for the Sarlacc beak I sculpted from the special edition. I'll have to bring that out at some point. But I had brought my original Sarlacc beak to Celebration 6, which was 2012, Return to Tatooine, and because I knew we wouldn't have time to build it, and then I decided to just leave it there and give it to a fan as a prize or something, and I knew I'd be able to remake mine. So the original that is in the photos on site, I do not have anymore. I don't have a lot of my prototypes of any of the conventions, actually. They're always like given out to kids or different things like that. Whatever we make at the show, we never bring anything back with us apart from some of the excess materials like glue sticks or some X-Acto refills. But everything else is mostly stays there at the shows every time we did them. And then all the donations, the toy donations that Hasbro gave us and that the fans donated, that all goes back to the children on the last day. That's always one of the favorite days to do. Okay, so I have that. And I will do this one. Oh, I need a refill. There we go. Oh no, the hot glue's been going all over my knife, which is not good when I'm going to come time to cut. Oh crap, this has been drying now. I've been distracted by my X-Acto blade. I hope it's still tacky. Yeah, it looks like it's still holding. Okay, good. I'm still able to have some manipulation of it. See, that's why see, look, it's already pretty much glued. It glues really fast, the hot glue with foam core, because the foam core melts. The glue makes it melt together, which is cool. But you have to act really fast unless you're doing those big globs at the top there. But when you're doing like a strip like this or such, then you just align it and then you press down and it almost instantly holds itself in place. There you go. Flush over here. Flush at the bottom. And then when you have the skins on and you put it in the diorama with the action figures, a lot of people, when they come and see it in person, or even at the conventions, when they would see it in person as opposed to photos, which photos are cool, but when you see it in person, it adds like another realism to it, and like the people find it hard to believe that it's just styrofoam or regular dollar store arts and craft material kind of thing that we use, which was always my point, because I always wanted fans to be able to reproduce what we did at the shows at home to continue their adventure, if you want to call it that. Okay, now I'm just aligning this. Good, good, good. Okay. Okay, let that cool off a minute. Let's see, Justin said. Okay, you did the. Okay, so Justin, you did do the layers to put the figures inside, which is cool. Ours inside, which is cool. Ours just had like a skeleton base to support the outside skins, like to wrap it around and stuff like that. But you weren't really. It wasn't really designed to open up and put all the figures in. He added the office at the top and the food area and the jail cells at the bottom. That's really cool that you did that. Like, I hope you send me pictures, even if you don't want to have them like in a, if they're not ready or it's not finished for the you know, for a visitors gallery or something. I'd love to see, send them to me in Messenger or something, like, or even by email. I'd love to see your progress on it. I love making of pictures of what guys are doing. Oh, your Jabba sail barge is really elaborate. It's much more deep than we did. And I had the hardest trouble. I was, my friend from Montreal, Simon, he was a math teacher, and with him and his knowledge of math, we were trying to figure out all of the shapes and everything to get it, all the angles correct, and you know, from the blueprints and the reference photos and all that. And it's like, it was quite difficult to get to work properly, but in the end we got it working. But it's a fun build once it's done, but it's complex because of all the curves, especially the railings at the top there. If you're using foam core and art supplies and stuff like that, in 3D printed it'd probably be a lot easier. Okay, that will hold there. We have one more, and then our hot glue is done. Concentrate on the stickers, and then dinner. Nice, nice, nice. These are advancing pretty quickly when it's just the cutting and the prepping that takes the longest time. But when you're kind of doing them in assembly line, it's not bad. No. I'm having some nose knot problems over here. Ah! Sticking to both my hands there. Rinse them off. Okay, good. Lift this. good thing that stickers go over here because it hides all the mess up that you make with the glue. The decal skin really is what brings this to life. I have glue all over my fingers. Come on. It's a good thing it peels off quite easily. You don't have to use like soap or anything. Well, you can use soap after when you're done to clean your hands, but you don't need the soap to get it off of the skin. Okay, let's adjust this. Oh, it seems a little looser. I'm gonna have to push a bit harder on this. On these. Okay, that looks good. Last glue glob for tonight. I'll probably have to make some more doors at some point. I was thinking, what dioramas have doors? There's the door and the swing across, so I'm going to have to do at least more for that. There's the door that Luke and Leia are at, then that they swing towards the other side, that'll be 2 doors. Then there's one door at the top right where the stormtroopers are shooting lasers at them, so that'll be 3 doors for this, at least minimum, for the swing chasm. And then if I want to add the part where, no, there's not a door for when they go up to when they're escaping. It's just like an alcove, so that'll be not that bad for that. So, but I'll have to do 3 more doors for that at least. And then there's one door which I have already with the slight opening at the top where the stormtrooper hits his head. That'll be for the red room. And then I'll have to make, I think, some more blast doors, because for the Falcon, I know for the Falcon Bay, there's the blast door where Darth Vader and Ben Kenobi are fighting, the duel. Then there's the 2 blast doors, but they're closed, so they won't have to be as elaborate in the Falcon Bay itself. And then the small blast door, which I already made the tutorial, so I can use that one. So it'll be interesting to see how those all come to life fitting together there. So I'm going to have a couple more repeats. That was the fun thing about the conventions too, is that if you have like, you know, if you're doing a Death Star and you have like 100 doors to make, well, you can get 100 different people to each make a door, and then you have your 100 doors, and you don't have to do it all yourself. As opposed to here, when you're filming to show you guys, or like, because I want to build for my own diorama, and then you're like having, okay, well, I have to make 100 doors, there's no one to help me really. And so there's that. Okay, those are all done, and I am now going to just clean this a little bit. I'm going to unplug my hot glue because I don't need that any longer. I'm going to put that aside here. Hopefully the cat's not going to jump on the table anytime soon. Okay. Justin, I don't know if I'd call myself a professional diorama maker. I've been doing it a long time, but there's model makers that are much better, but that's very kind of you. And yeah, I'll try to answer any questions you guys have. So it's like, don't be shy in contacting me, either Messenger or through Facebook or whatnot. And I want to start doing some Zoom group chats and stuff together, like to talk about, oh, what have you guys been up to in, say, the past 2 weeks, or, you know, maybe once we finish watching a show or something, or that I want to try to like get into as well. Though I don't want to bite too much that I have enough trouble finding the time to do what I'm doing here. And so that's why with these fly on the wall videos, I'm hoping that, you know, it'll give you at least something to watch in between the time that I upload the final edited videos and stuff like that. So, okay, I have all of my pieces here. I am now going to play with my curves. So I have to apply all of my curves first. Let me grab all those over here. decals right away. And I think I'm going to put the Sharpie on the curves before I apply them this time. It'll be one less opportunity to dirty up the decals, which I don't want to do. So the first thing I'm going to do, I think, so I need 2 at the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 I have left to make, right? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be the tops, and then the feet I should have 5 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Great. Okay. So I'm going to take this, and I am going to just try and round these out, give them a bit of a memory first, so that they'll go, oops, they'll go easier around the corners. Because the cardboard is thick enough. I don't know if you could see in on the video, but I see in the light, it's like there's creases that form. It doesn't do like a perfect, you know, curve. Like it does look perfect here, but here, like you see, it goes like there's like these creases. The decals hide that, but doing these like pre-memory sort of like curves will help when I go to push with the fingers now. It's funny, I don't know if you can, I'll have to look into the OBS and YouTube and stuff like that and see if there's a way that you can change the delay for what goes on, because there's like seems to be like a 7-second or a 10-second delay from the time I explain something, or then I look at what you guys are seeing on the YouTube, like it's not happening, and then I hear myself in the background much later on what I was just talking about and things like that. So then I'll listen to, I think the microphone sound is not bad. The microphone is behind me on my back by the computer, and I think it's picking up pretty well, because I'm not using the camera's microphone. I'm using like an actual microphone that will pick up on the sounds. But again, like the goal was never to, the original intention was not to have me talk to you the whole time. It was like for me to do my work, and then some days I won't talk. I'll be listening to music or something. I'll have to have the muted off there, and you'll just have to see what I'm up to or whatnot. But, okay, and then these I want to curve only at the bottom. Because that's where it meets. Oh, crap, oh, no, Frank. Oh, and now the cat, I don't need you at this moment, Roxy. I just realized I may have made some blunders here. If you saw my face. I curved them in the direction they're supposed to be applied this way. So the curve should go that way. Oh my lord, I don't know what it's going to do now. How can I recurve over a curve of the opposite ends? Oh my lord. Well, I guess so, but... Okay, I just saw myself in the delay. You saw half of my face. My reaction. Okay, so now this is folded properly. Okay, so I'm going to have to double check. I don't think I did one correctly. I think I did them all wrong. Yeah, wrong. 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 See, this is why you guys watch me do it, so that when you do it, you don't do it wrong, because you see me doing it wrong in the first time. Oh my god. Okay. So I have to redo all of these in the opposite direction. Oh my god. See, it's kind of working. Thank God there's a decal that goes over it or whatnot to hide it. And it is working of sorts. There's more creases in it, but since the decal is going to be hiding it anyway, it's not as bad. But oh my god, I can't believe I did that. At least I didn't do it on the all the other feet at the moment. That is a... What were you saying, Justin? You had called me a professional at 10:06. I don't know what time it is now, but I feel far from a professional after folding the paper all the wrong way. Oh my god, that is like real amateur mistake kind of level of like, oh. See, if I was following my own instructions, I would, you know, this would be a perfect example of you should read the instructions before doing what you're supposed to do, but I'm doing this out of memory. What a silly mistake that was. But see, we were talking about hands and fingers. Like, I'm doing this, just this, right, Justin? And like, I'm feeling like my fingers, like, they're cramping up. So that's why I was saying, I don't know if I have arthritis starting at my age and stuff like that, or if it's the tendinitis from playing too much PlayStation, or a combination of both. But yeah, like, it's my I feel my finger cramping up by doing this. Usually it's my little finger. My little finger hurts a lot still, but okay. Okay, I've corrected my mistake now. Now I will correct this one, because this one is the same thing, right? Yeah, it has to go on this way. Okay, so I shall bend this over here, just the small end, and then the long, yeah, the long end. That was really silly of me to not even check that before. Lord, I just flung, the glue stick flew out of my hands and landed like 6 feet away. So maybe that's an excuse to take another sip. The ice is melting in my Diet Pepsi, and the Diet Pepsi is starting to not taste like Diet Pepsi no more. Stop that. You can't come and claw my leg. Yes, I know you love me, but that hurts like hell. Yes, oh, your head's all wet. You went to drink some water, didn't you? Yes, you did. She's not a kitten anymore because I've been having her for at least 6 months now or more, but she has this weird habit. We have a water fountain for her to drink from, and instead of drinking from the fountain, she sticks her head under the fountain and then drinks from the well instead of the part that's running down. and then the waterfall goes on her head while she drinks from the pool. It's like, and then she comes to see you, and her head feels like she just dunked her head in the toilet or something. Right, Roxy? Yes, you're still adorable. Yes, you are. Yes. Here, let me give you some treats. I'm gonna start having you guys saying, like, you give your cat too many treats. Okay, let's glue stick these things. I'll start with the centers there. Oh, I wanted to do the Sharpie things first, didn't I? And then this actually fits pretty good. And then no trimming on that one. And then this one, yeah, these don't need real trimming really. I'm just gonna do the Sharpie on both ends, like this. Curved side. I'm starting to get hungry now. I wish there was a fast forward button live for me to accelerate these. And then yes, we're done. I can go to eat my dinner. Having leftover pasta from last night. Had my aunt and uncle over for my birthday dinner, kind of. And then we watched a movie called Kate with Woody Harrelson and Mary Kate, what is her name? Mary Elizabeth Winstead, I think. And she was in The Thing and Final Destination 3 and Scott Pilgrim. And it was okay, the movie. There was some cool violence, action. There was a revenge kind of thing, and we enjoyed it. It wasn't the best movie, but it was a lot of fun. Okay. So put this along here. Okay, that's going well. I just have to press down everywhere so that there's full contact on the edges. With the glue stick, sometimes it's like, depending on the brand that you buy. I'm using Elmer's, so it should stick pretty well. This is from Dollar Store Studio glue stick, and it's not the best. Sometimes it's like just undoes itself, but I'm thinking I should have put some extra glue stick on here first so that there's double contact from this and at the same time on the other end. But see how I did the whatchamacallit, the Sharpie before? See if I had put it here like that without the Sharpie, see how you'd see this white line? I don't know if the camera picks that up over there compared to here. Let me see if I put it there. Can you see it? I have to wait 10 seconds for the delay. Okay, it's in frame though. I'm looking at it. Oh, there. Yeah, you kind of see it. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Up. And then some here. And here, I can't fit that. I have to use this. Oh, come on, you little cap. It's stuck. There you go. Okay, spin that around. Like a record, baby, round. I still love that song so much, even after like I don't know when did it came out, 80s. So that's like 90s, 2000, like 30 years ago, or is it not 40 years ago. But I still like my 80s music a lot more than the music that plays on pop radio today. Okay, so I have that, and I have this. Make sure it fits the corners. Yeah. Yeah, good, good, good. This. And here. See, I didn't put any Sharpie on this end where do you see the white? Do you see the white line there? Like that? Because that's going to be covered in decals anyway. Where you want the black is really like on the edge so that you don't see a white line going around there. Press that nicely. And then the glue stick, which is cool, it's kind of like white glue. Like when it dries kind of transparent. So even if you have like a bit of a globby mess or some glue stick that goes over it, it's not as evident. Okay, I have my two over here. I'm going to do all of them first, and then I'll do the things. I'm going to try and do that. So that means that, well, let me see, do I have to cut? Oh, yeah, this one's a little long. Just sharpen this. I have glue all over my pencil. Spider webs. You will not fit in my sharpener. Justin, you're too kind. Justin says, even with a little hiccup, it don't stop me from being a professional. Well, that's nice of you to say. But aren't all artists, aren't we always our worst enemies, in the sense that, we're our worst critics? Is that the expression? I think it is. I guess it's good because that's how you grow. If you thought that you were the best, like if I was the one, Justin, saying like, oh, I'm a professional, or I'm the expert, or I know it all, or whatever, then it makes your head ego look like a giant a-hole kind of thing. But when it's someone giving you a compliment, I guess that's a better thing. But we're always thinking the worst of, at least for me. Like I find it hard to accept when people give me nice compliments like that, which is good. I should learn to absorb it more and stuff. But I don't want to come off as arrogant or cocky or anything. Like keeps me down to earth. It's like even some people would think, say like I don't, even though I say like I worked at ILM or something, it doesn't mean that, oh, I'm better than you. Like there's so many thousands of people that ended up working at ILM anyway, so it's not like it's like such a magical thing. It is, well, no, I don't want to say that. It was magical because as a Star Wars geek from 1977 when I was 13, and I knew that, oh, that's what I want to do as a living. So to actually, when I was hired in 2007 to go work there, it was a dream come true. And it was when I was walking those halls and seeing all of the posters and all of the props that from the movies that they had. One day I'll have to do a video about my time at ILM, but it was so cool. When I had my first Transformers shot approved there, I was walking back to my desk, and I was looking at the hallways and all the stuff, and I started actually crying. It was the first time I cried after I had been there for like 3 weeks already or something, and like I realized that, oh my god, I'm actually like living my childhood dream. Like I'm actually here doing work on special effects on films that kids will freak out when they see it, the way that I did when I was a kid seeing Star Wars. Okay, let's press this against here. That's a good fit. Now for the other side. Yeah, this side over here. The only thing I don't like about glue stick compared to hot glue is that it makes a mess on your fingers after. I forgot to apply some on this side to give it a double bond. Always better. And here like this. I'm wiping it on my sweatpants, but now my sweatpants will be all gluey, which is not the ideal situation either. Okay. Flat here, flat there, curve, make sure the curve touches the sides. Yeah. We are good there. Oh, I'm knocking everything over. Jeez. Like you'd think it's like 3 in the morning and I'm really tired, but it's almost 10:30. If I started this at 6, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it's been 4 hours already that it took to make these doors. So, okay, we have that done. Next. Now I have to feel my paper to see where my glue is dry. Okay, now this I will trim a tiny bit off, maybe that much off on that side, and then this one. No. It's pretty close, but I'll just trim it a little bit more. I just want to make sure that they're perfect. Oh, I'm getting glue all over my ruler now. Great. See, I should have, in my office, I should have some Scott towels or something to... I should be more prepared. There's like glue all over my ruler, which I don't want. Excusez-moi. As we say in français. Okay, trim that. Trim this. Okay, that fits good. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put my Sharpie. Damn. There'll be glue all over it. I'm gonna wait. I'll have to do it after. See, I was distracted by my ruler having glue. Like, I could put it now, but then the glue will go on the Sharpie and the Sharpie won't write anymore. Dang. Another mistake. Justin, I'm gonna start going down in your esteem. That makes 2 blunders now tonight. Okay. Okay, good. Next, make sure my paper is not wet. Now I'm going to scratch my eye with my glasses on, and then my finger hits my glasses. Yeah, that'll work. I think I'm getting tired, guys and gals. Yeah. Yeah, the black Sharpie, it makes such a difference. It's a little step. It seems like nothing, but it really is what gives your a nice finish to your scene. Come on, stay there. Okay, this one I'll have to come back later. I'm going to put it here. Okay, which ones am I missing? This one? This one's done. This one, that one, this one's done here. This is a little long. I'm going to trim this. And then yeah, and trim that one too a little bit. Trim that. Trim this. Don't forget my Sharpie. Okay, I might get another scrap of paper over here, just so that I don't want to put glue and make a mess on the other side of this. I just glued over my finger, for God's sake. That's a nice mess there. Okay, spin around. Okay, good, good. I like that. can see the end. And the fun part is really the decals. That's my favorite part. When you apply the decals, the stickers. One time I remember, my brain was all screwed. I wanted to say decals, but I started saying stickers, and then I merged the two words while I was talking on one of my tutorials, and I said dickers instead of decals and stickers. Maybe that's a new word I invented. That's it. When a decal is a sticker, it's called a dicker. As vulgar as it sounds. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, we're almost done with this. We have one more for the ceiling arches there. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, put that aside. One last one. Let's see, does this need trimming? Yes, of course it does. There's a little hair. Again, when you do the measurements, I kind of like put a little bit more so that if you do have to trim, it's easier than if I make you cut all the pieces and then they don't fit properly, and then you say like, ugh, now I have to recut from the start. There's nothing more annoying than that. And so by just trimming a little bit off precision after, it's much better or less frustrating. Okay, my Sharpie. Okay. Now, making a mess. Wrong one. Need the small for the curves. Press that into the corner, like flat into the corner. You could use your finger like this too to make sure it goes in properly. I can't have it look nicer than that. That's great. Okay, one more for the top there. There we go for that. Over. The most complicated part is placing it the way that depending on how you grab your piece there, it's like to have it fit in the corner there. It gives you a headache. this glue dries relatively quick when it's on cardboard and foam core. Not as fast as hot glue, but when it comes to this also, never ever use hot glue. You're going to just make a big mess. Hot glue is good for bonding pieces of foam core together, but never for stickers, decals, thin pieces of cardboard like this. You're just going to make bumps under. It'll look like a carpet with things underneath. Okay, so all that's good. Now I'm just going to come with my Sharpie here. This should be dry enough to glue. Just work on this then. Yeah, definitely easier when you do it before you glue. Makes a huge difference. Okay, that's good. Now let's work on the feet. Oh, this is all sticky again. Okay, so let's grab first foot. Let's go with this one. In no particular order. See, this is what I'm telling you. I don't know if you could see because it's black, right? It's hard. Some cuts, when you do, it's so thin, the foam core, when you have like these like little cuts like this. Some pieces, when you do the cuts, you can have a nice piece of foam core like this, which is good. But sometimes the inside, if your blade is not freshly new or something, can you see here how the foam core was eaten away? So there's no real support here. You have to kind of fake it and put the cardboard, lean it on, but it'll make it extremely fragile until you actually place this in its diorama and it's glued on the floor, and then you won't have to wiggle it around or whatnot. But when I'm going to be gluing this, it doesn't have as much space to stick to because there's nothing in between really, so you're really playing on just the thickness of the outside foam core there, which is kind of like a foam core is basically two pieces of paper with a styrofoam, right? So it makes it a bit tricky when it's like that. So let me measure first, see if this needs some trimming, and I think it will. Yeah, a little bit. I'll just trim this off. And then cut that. Sharpie. Okay, this is dry. Okay, a fair amount. You want a lot of glue stick for this piece. So like big blobs, blobby glue stick. And then all here and up. Without tearing the paper itself there, you don't want to do that, but very delicate. Okay. The important thing is you want your cardboard to stop at the edge here. You don't want it to go over really. So just pinch it there as your guide. This will tend to want to curve this way, but curve it as much as you can, and then put this flat over here, and then play with your fingernail to bring it around. You don't want to have an air pocket. You want it to be as close as you can. actual curve, and that's why you might have to keep your fingers and let it dry a little bit like this. Justin, you were brave. You lasted almost till the end. Thanks for hanging out. I bet you I'll be seeing you again at the next visit. So take care. Have a nice weekend. And sleep well. And I just saw his other messages there. He had said it's hard to take complaints when you are your own worst critic, which is true. Oh, compliments, he said. Yes. Also fat-headed, egotistical, they don't share or help like you do. Well, I guess that is true. If I had a big ego, I'd keep it all to myself. I wouldn't want to share my tricks and say, like, I don't want anyone to know how to curve a piece of cardboard on a foam core. Then you'll teach someone else and they'll stop watching me. Yeah, I do agree on that, I guess. Okay. This is done. I should have done the other piece. I don't know why I didn't do the other piece at the same time. This is trying to peel off, though. Might have to put a bit of more pressure for a little while. It tends to want to detach sometimes on the curves with this hot glue. Not hot glue, but the glue stick. And again, the brand that you use makes a huge difference. I use that Kaka little Diorama brand there, lipstick size, and that's not the best for the adhering to the curves there and stuff like that. Okay, I have to do the other one now, so I'll just take this, and I bet you I have to trim it as well, or do I? Actually, this one fits pretty good. I don't think I have to do any trimming on that. Okay. I do have to put my Sharpie. Okay. Here, this one has broken in the thickness there also. It's a very fragile piece. The glue will have a lot of trouble sticking there. On that side. The thing I have the least, one of my worst traits is patience. Like, I find it, like, to hold this and not do anything else, it drives me nuts when I do this. Okay, I think that works pretty well for what it is. That's done. Actually, I shouldn't have put weight on it. It made it pop off kind of. I need to press it back and then I'll let it dry upside down. Come on. Don't want to stay in position. Oh, I just bent my little arch there. That's not good. fragile little piece there. Dang. My fingers are stronger than I think they are. Okay, let's do these two. Doesn't really need trimming. This seems okay. And then this piece. This one I think I'll trim. I'll trim a little bit off the edge. Maybe I'll just do trim both, the tiniest amount. Okay, Sharpie. Sharpie. Which one was it that I took? Was it this one? I don't even remember which one I had measured on. But yeah, I guess this one fits. So okay. Now where's it tacky and not tacky? This is clean. Always wants to pop off the corners. I think the best way to do it is leave that one side and then move to another one so that when you manipulate the other side it doesn't make pop off. I'm going to try that. And then let's see for this. This one fits pretty well. Don't need trim that. This one. Yeah, this one needs a little trim. Only for this one. There you go. Take this off. L Sharpie. just found the trick that if I push this really far and won't bubble as much, and it seems to want to stay more in the corners instead of trying to pop out. Then it pops out on this side, but it is, you know, I have to hold it for a certain amount of time also, so just to give it the time that it takes for it to bond, at least a good 20 seconds or so. Well, we have 2 brave people still watching. We're almost done, guys. Oh, that's holding out well. Put that there. Close this. Oh, no need for that. This sticker seems to be coming off though. It's so fragile. Okay, so this didn't look like it needed any trimming. And then this over here. Nope, no trimming either. Okay, that's good. I hear the cat coming one last time. It's going to claw me before the end of the video. Yeah, that trick really works well to pinch this inside there. Keep this held down. It's giving me trouble, this one. Jeez. Doesn't want to keep its memory, this one. It just keeps wanting to rub off. Okay, we have one more. Roxy. How long have you been spying on me there? This I have to trim. Cats are so quiet, eh? You don't realize that they're just staring at you for like, I'd say hours, but it's like stalkers. Silent stalkers. Finger's starting to cramp up there. My little pinky. Okay. Last Sharpie, and then technically I can put the Sharpie away because I already Sharpied the decals. Okay. Where's my piece? Is it this one? Oh, yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay. Where's it dry? It's dry here. Ow! Don't you dare jump on my my knee again. Roxy. Come on. Don't. Just because I tell you not to claw my left leg doesn't mean you can claw my right leg. Jeez. Oh my lord. You know, it'd be less painful if she was declawed, but when I learned what they do to cats when they declaw cats there, it's like if they would chop off your last digits there at the over here, not just remove the nail there. It was like so barbaric. I said there's no way I'm doing that to a kitten. So instead I feel the pain of getting the claws in my knees when they try to climb the leg. Okay, this, I was going to say it's almost done, but it's not sticking properly. I'll just have to put the pressure on for a while. If I can finish this before I go eat, that would be great, because I don't want to continue this tomorrow. I want to have all the doors finished for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'd like to film the tutorial on the Death Star style C hallway. Okay, now let me go back to, I think this one. Hey, what are you trying to attack? Another LED wire. That's not a toy thing, my LED. No, 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 no. God. You're so destructive tonight. You're trying to destroy everything. Here, go chase another treat. Okay. Oh, not again. Don't make me close the door. I just want to finish this. Go upstairs and eat. I'm starting to be very hungry. Frank, when he's hungry, is a very cranky person. Grumpy. It's like 10 o'clock. I haven't had dinner yet. What are you doing behind the door? What are you trying to attack now? I don't know what you. Maybe there's a treat behind there. What? It's funny. You're a funny cat, Roxy. Oh, hey, get away from there. My God, she was playing with the electricity. Trying to pull the electric plug. That's all I need is my cat to get electrocuted during the filming of a fly in the wall video. That would be terrible. Whoops. Not good. Okay, this is almost done. This one. Jeez, I don't know if either I'm getting too tired and not holding them enough, or the glue is starting to. I need to buy a better brand of glue or something, but Oh no, I just peeled the sticker off. Great. Great, Frank. My sticky hands peeled the sticker off. That's why you have to be very careful with these, very delicate. Okay. When they're placed in the diorama, it's not as bad because then they'll be in support with the floor and all that. Okay, where's it not tacky over here? We have two more of these curves to put. I can put the decals and then we're done for the doors. The 6 doors that I needed to do. Okay. Good. Last one. Bad. So much peeled off a little bit. This one's not as sticking, but the glue's all hardened by now. We'll have to do. Once it's on the floor, it won't show as much. Okay, let's put some decals. I'll put this away. I don't need this anymore. Close this. And this. Okay. Start with my feet. Have to bend the feet over here. Matching feet. Where's all the feet on these places? Okay, stickers are all black from the glue, but they're not tacky, so I don't want to go and wash them and then have damp hands, and then that'll be worse for the stickers to have them partially wet. This is a correct one. You want to match the lines like this so that it'll go perfectly all the way around, because you have a certain amount of bars here. These bars are not on that level, so if you had put these, oh, see these bars, no, this goes like this, so these bars, see how they don't match up? So that would be a mistake to put that one there. You want to make sure that you put it matching mirrored feet there. Excusez-moi. Okay. Apply these first. Oh no, this opposite. Jeez, I can't stop coughing now. I want to align the folds, these folds there with this. It's giving me trouble. Come on. Hey! Get down from there. Which one? This one has a little bit of trimming that needs to be done. Oops. What the hell? It's definitely time to end this video soon, because I'm starting to make stupid mistakes. Oh, I just trimmed off this patch here when I trimmed off. Okay, now which one was the mirror? This one? This goes here. Yes. Ooh la 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 la. Stop it. Stop being destructive over there. I know you want to play, but I'm still trying to finish this. Ah. I should buy the electric wire again, which is not good. Get away from there. It's not a play place. Oops. Okay. No, wrong one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, we have two. Yep. Here's a mirror of that. Excellent. Roxy's playing with foam core. Can you hear her? Jeez. That's so funny. She found like a little 2-inch square of foam core there, and she's just batting it around like a soccer ball. So funny. Okay. Two more. There's my decals. Last one, last one. You guys hear that? Her playing under the table there. Hey, you having fun down there? Okay, the bases are put. Now I can put the ceilings. Let me get all these stickers together. So they're all the same color now anyway. Okay, ceilings first. Now we want to make sure that we're in the same direction as these things, huh? So I'll put a bit of glue so I can manipulate it until it's placed properly. Where's my peel back? Oh, here it is. Again, make sure this is properly aligned. Good enough. Next. Perfect, it fits. I love it when it fits perfect. Look how cool that looks. Can you see? Like it all lines up as my design intended. Love it. And one more side over here. we go. Perfect. That's one. This one has a little bit of an excess edge for some reason. Doors done. Perfect fit. Perfect. Ooh, I just made a big crease when I pulled this, peel back the sticker there. That's not good. And we have 3. We have 2 more and we're done. What time is it? 11:49. I've been at it, I don't know, I think it was 10 o'clock when I said I was going to go to dinner, and so 2 hours later. That's how fast time flies when you're having fun. Okay. I think I started this video at 6 o'clock. I could be wrong. At some point, YouTube might shut me down. Oh, Lil's big sister came down. I just heard some hissing. I love when it fits perfectly. There, Ellie. You come to watch the finale. We're almost done. We have 1 more left. Yes, indeed. Don't you guys come here to start fighting in the last 5 minutes of the video. Where's my fold lines? I can't see them in this. Oh, here it is. Sometimes they're really hard to spot. Okay, so this is this way, yeah. Okay. Stickers is when it really comes to life, especially for Death Star and any diorama that has like decal skins in it. Okay, our 2 last pieces, and then we're done. And here. Slight misalignment at the top there. Okay. Last one. Cap on. Oh, I can taste my spaghetti. My rigatoni. I think we started at 6. I'm not 100% sure, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6 hours. 1 hour per door. So, let me change the camera angle here so I can see what I'm doing. One, 2, 3. Let's put them on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at that. A thing of beauty. Now, tomorrow, I will be able to film my Style C hallway. Let me take the camera off this little tripod for a second, or let me aim it differently. I don't have the... Here, let me turn the lights on first so you can see. So it'll be hard to do it with the delay. I'll have to use 2 cameras or 2 screens. So do you see that? I have to get better wires, or extension cords I should say. So at the top there, this was the style. Let's see, the top has the hole in it. So the bottom is the top style A. This was the style B, and this will be the style C, which will have full open doors over here, and that'll allow you to see through them like this. And do I have a door decal somewhere? Here, maybe this one. No. Oh, here. There's some. And that will allow you to see. Can you see like this? God, it's hard to aim. Okay, here's that, and then is this the one? Yes. So then that'll allow you to see the hallway that will be behind it. So not only will you have the front hallway, you'll have an extra hallway wall behind, which will allow figures to walk on the side. So anyway. Oh, I'm making a mess. What am I doing? Hold on a second. What a way to end the video. So that's it. We finished the doors. That's the plan. And so if I don't do it tomorrow, it'll be Monday. But I think I'm aiming for tomorrow at some point. Check the YouTube and social media announcement messages for the links of where it'll be. So I might do, for the first time, show you, have you watch how I film my tutorial videos and stuff like that. So that's the plan. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Well, it's midnight, so the evening, at least on the Atlantic side, is pretty much done. So if I don't see you tomorrow, have a nice weekend, and talk to you soon, okay? Frank Diorio, DioramaWorkshop.com. Bye.